check 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2. Can you hear it over there? Okay, sweet.
This is This is an education rooted in hands-on learning. It's attending school while getting experience in the field. It's a public K-12 education on your schedule. This is Commonwealth Charter Academy, and this is how schools should work. CCA is an online public school available at no cost to all Pennsylvania families. Learn how Commonwealth Charter Academy can work for your family at ccaeducate.me.
CCA field trips make learning come alive.
Since the time of the earliest tools and the mastery of fire, technological progress has been an integral part of being human. By utilizing technology, we have surpassed the most efficient and capable life forms on our planet. But in a world of ever-increasing complexity and finite resources, we are now presented with a whole new set of challenges. How will the next industrial revolution change the way we live, and quite possibly, what it means to be human? Throughout history, there have been periods of remarkable innovation. The first industrial revolution created new goods and new jobs through the introduction of manufacturing. The power of water, iron, and steam helped bring manufacturing out of our homes and into a larger world. Cities and opportunities grew. In the second, we forged better materials such as steel, harnessed the power of oil through internal combustion engines, and utilized electricity through generators and transmission lines. We catalyzed manufacturing and expanded what was possible. After the digital revolution, we possess computers so small they can fit in our pockets, and they're 1,000,000 times cheaper and 1,000,000 times more powerful than the best supercomputer only 25 years ago. Connecting through the internet has encouraged an incredible library of knowledge, setting the stage for the greatest revolution yet. So what is the fourth industrial revolution? Industry 4.0 involves a range of new technologies that are fusing the physical, digital, and biological worlds and impacting all disciplines, economies, and industries. Central to this revolution are emerging technology breakthroughs in areas such as robotics, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, autonomous vehicles, nanotechnology, and 3D printing. These technologies can improve lives, create new jobs, make goods cheaper and better, and impact the world in ways we have yet to imagine. While it's remarkable to see the current trends, it's important to remember that technological progress is not simply guaranteed. It requires people to make it happen. This is your opportunity to get involved. This revolution does not happen without your help. Now is the time to be imagining. Now is the time to be creating. Now is the time to be a manufacturer.
We live in a world where technology has advanced so that we can collect huge amounts of data. The human mind does not have the ability just to look at tables and tables of data and just draw some conclusions. So data science is a logical way of being able to identify the structures that are inherent in that data, understanding the business problem, doing the analytics, and then providing some sort of a solution. My name is Alina Corvello, and I'm a data scientist at Chevron. Data science is an interdisciplinary approach for extracting information out of data in order to make better decisions. The team of data scientists is a pretty diverse one. There are people that come from maybe the more traditional background. They have a statistics degree or computer science degree. But then there are people that come about it from the other way of having a deep knowledge of the subject matter. Math is beautiful because the relationships and the way that it could be used to solve problems in all these different areas. I always say that data science is about more than just data scientists. We're working with people to help answer their questions, give them information that we can from their data. That involves developing training materials, actually giving the training, and then perhaps working with people one-on-one to identify what they need to do to build their skills in that area. One of the things I like to do when I'm teaching is to take technical concepts from the class and then tie them to things that people might be more familiar with in their everyday lives. I use some examples from garment construction. There's a lot of engineering in creating a garment. You have a flat pattern and you've got to think of how to construct it in a three-dimensional way. Data science takes data and tries to find patterns in the data to answer questions. The data comes from a variety of sources. It could be from the incident investigation and reporting. It could be from reliability databases and inspection records, maintenance records, and then also operating data. The kind of problems that I work with are trying to affect or to improve process safety. And so that's helping us be more proactive rather than reactive. I'm excited about the future of data science at Chevron. It's gaining a lot of momentum. I think there's a lot of data and we're starting to get to dig into it and try to get some insights, and I'm really excited to see where it takes us.
This is a story about doers country, and jobs, jump starts, and genealogy. This is Bo Hampson. His family's been here forever.
My great-grandparents, my grandparents, my dad, and I was born here.
Huh, those are some deep roots. Now, Bo might have been the first to have to leave.
So I got a jump start.
Doers like Bo get hands-on technical training provided by Chevron and local partners for jobs in the manufacturing and energy industries. Chevron, finding better ways to help doers get the right skills for today's doing.
Jobs at mills like this helped shape the American dream and created the modern American middle class. And in their heyday, Pittsburgh Steel and Pittsburgh Steelworkers were the envy of the world. Today's groundbreaking is a sign that a new heyday is coming for Pittsburgh and for America, one that will transform and revive the American economy in every corner of our great nation.
By bringing together large-scale academic research and industrial development under one roof, Mill 19 will become a true differentiator for Pittsburgh and for the region. When complete, it will be the first manufacturing hub of its kind in the nation, in the world for that matter. Researchers and practitioners at ARM and MFI are quietly reshaping what goes on inside factories and warehouses. The technologies that emerge from this building will have the power to make things in a whole new way, to trigger a significant resurgence of major economic sector in the United States, and to assert our global leadership in advanced manufacturing.
I believe that robotics is key to the U.S. competitiveness in manufacturing and one of the major factors in the economic prosperity of the United States.
Through cooperation and coordination of our industry partners and Carnegie Mellon, which is truly one of Pennsylvania's greatest assets and a global pillar of research and development, our investment will help transform an entire sector of the economy. We are here today because government, federal, state, and local recognize the potential of this site, of the region, and of these partners to usher in a game-changing manufacturing renaissance.
This site is envisioned as a place where people will thrive, ideals will be forged, and this entire ecological condition of the site will be regenerated over time.
I would like to acknowledge Pittsburgh's foundations, especially Richard King Mellon Foundation, the Heinz Endowment, and the Claude Worthington Benedum Foundation. They had a vision and a determination to pursue it for more than 15 years in the face of many challenges. Carnegie Mellon University owes an additional debt of gratitude to the R.K. Mellon Foundation. R.K. Mellon's gift to the university helped catalyze ARM, helped launch our Manufacturing Futures Initiative, and help support our participation in this facility.
Today, we celebrate not only the future of manufacturing, we celebrate the rebirth of a great community, a historic community of Hazelwood. And we understand that what will happen in this building, just like it happened 100 years ago, will forever change this world.
The digital revolution that has simplified a variety of industries is transforming the way virtually everything is made. It starts with a vision. SME and AMT are leading the way, launching a new event in the manufacturing marketplace. Welcome to the fourth industrial revolution. Welcome to the Smart Manufacturing Experience, the place to experience the advanced technologies used now in the digitally connected world of manufacturing, the place to experience how advanced technology is applied today. The Smart Manufacturing Experience is paved with opportunity. This new event is more than technology. It's about connecting people, interacting, collaborating, and working side by side with manufacturing's best. Join the revolution and experience the future now with smart manufacturing. Experience real people, real solutions in real manufacturing environments. Experience higher quality, increased productivity, lighter, stronger parts, faster speed to market, and immediate returns on your technology investments. Experience technology applied to industries such as aerospace, automotive, medical, and much more. Experience the future now and don't get left behind. Advance your manufacturing operations by connecting in real time. The new industrial revolution is at your fingertips. Advanced manufacturing technology is in your reach. Put the power of the future in your hands now. Welcome to the fourth industrial revolution. Welcome to the Smart Manufacturing Experience. Join SME and AMT as we connect the exciting new world of manufacturing today. The future is now.
Ella Johnson, 18 years old, welder. It's very important that we get more females into manufacturing because it is a great opportunity. They take care of you. It's not like they just say, okay, do this. No, they have leaders, and if you want to be a leader someday as a female, I say go for it. I hope to be someone like that someday.
We would like to see more women in manufacturing because we know that a diversity when it comes to folks on the workplace floor leads to extraordinary good new ideas and a robust and vibrant economy.
One of the reasons why it's so important for women to get into manufacturing is because this is where the growth is happening and where the career opportunities are.
Women need to understand that welding or anything in manufacturing is not new. Women have been in the manufacturing field for a very long time. Just because people perceive it as dirty or things like that doesn't mean that it's necessarily true.
The manufacturing floor today looks more like a lab space, more of an R&D space. And there's just never been a better time for women to opt into that and really participate fully in the exciting growth that's happening in the manufacturing sector.
One of of the things that I would like to encourage young women and old, those who have influence over the next generation of Wisconsin mothers, daughters, sisters, and wives, is make sure that the young women in your lives continue to pursue science, technology, engineering, and math, because those careers in manufacturing that those courses lead to are family-sustaining, wage, and very satisfying careers.
But there are also all of these other career paths in engineering, in the design of the product, in the marketing of the product, in supply chain, in operations. We critically need to have more women in these kinds of leadership roles.
Women can be great leaders. There has been many great leaders in past history doing things that don't go with what society wants. They stand out and make sure their voice is heard. And that's why we need more women in manufacturing, to make the voice. And we need a voice for women in manufacturing to speak for all of us.
Completely like having nothing and then having a working, running car, it's a lot of fun to just watch that grow. I just heard about the competition. I've always wanted to build and work on cars, so why not build a car from scratch? Currently, I am the only female on the team. Last year we did have 2, but they graduated out. The guys accept you. It's not like a whole, oh, she's a girl, she doesn't know how to work on cars. You just get into it. You do what you need to do.
I've worked on cars with my dad since I was younger. This year, I got put into another class where I build a car with the whole team. I want to be a mechanical engineer, so I think it has a lot to do with that. I mean, it's a lot of hands-on work, working with the CNC, the mills, the welding. You don't see a lot of females. Being a female says a lot. I don't think it should stop anyone from being in manufacturing, because you do what you love, and I kind of really love this. No matter who you are, anything, you should do what you feel is right for yourself, and I really like manufacturing.
In Pennsylvania, manufacturing is humming, strumming, thriving, flying, colorful, flavorful, innovative, so creative, fast-paced, well-placed, energizing, mesmerizing. Find great jobs, excellent wages, and a can-do spirit that's simply ageless. Pennsylvania manufacturing is ready for you. Make it here. Make it a career. You'll be amazed what you can do.
This is an education rooted in hands-on learning. It's attending school while getting experience in the field. It's a public K-12 education on your schedule. This is Commonwealth Charter Academy, and this is how schools should work. CCA is an online public school available at no cost to all Pennsylvania families. Learn how Commonwealth Charter Academy can work for your family at ccaeducate.me.
CCA field trips make learning come alive.
All right, good morning and welcome to the second BotsIQ 2021 competition. This is our second event here at CCA, Commonwealth Charter Academy's TechWorks. And we're very thankful for, one, having the opportunity to host an event, and two, for CCA for permitting us an opportunity to bring you all here today. So we're going to start off today with the national anthem. So if you are wearing a hat, please remove it. We do have a waving flag on our monitor over here, but we're going to go ahead and start with our national anthem. Awesome. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Michelle Conklin, and I'm the Executive Director of BotsIQ. And this happened exactly the same thing last time. I got a phone call in the middle of opening ceremonies. You'd think I would have put my phone on silent. Again, I'm Michelle Conklin, Executive Director of BotsIQ. And I wanted to shout out to a few of the other BotsIQ staff here today. Maria Camperi, our Youth Services Manager. And I don't see Callie, but where are you, Callie? Callie Fleming is a summer intern with BotsIQ. She just finished her bachelor's in technology education from Cal U, but she's also a BotsIQ alumni from South Park High School, and we're thrilled to have her join us this summer. Downstairs, some of you may have met Samara Rosenberg. She helps with, she's a development associate here with BotsIQ, and that's our staff. So we're not a very big staff. We rely on great partnerships with a lot of the educators that are here today, and we'll talk a little bit about that in just a minute. But we have lots and lots of partnerships, and I want to first welcome today Debbie Reynolds. Debbie was a former BotsIQ advisor as well. And she is the director here at TechWorks, and she's going to welcome you guys here today.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to our school. We were excited to have all of you here today competing, and we're looking forward to some great matches. Like Michelle said, I used to be a BotsIQ sponsor, so it's really near and dear to my heart. So to have you guys here competing in my new role here, I'm very excited. So just a little bit about our TechWorks facility. What we're trying to do is bring authentic, hands-on, real-life learning experiences and opportunities to our students. And we do that through some of the great equipment that we have downstairs. We have a spot dog, we have some robotic arms, laser cutters, 3D printers, drone academy, all kinds of different things that we're going to be offering here at the school for our learners, as well as partnering with different schools and groups in the area here. We want to be a resource for everybody, not just our own students. So hopefully we'll see some of you guys back here in a different capacity as well. So really excited for today and hope you guys have a great time. So thanks for coming.
Thanks, Debbie, and thank you, CCA, for hosting us. So just a quick thing about BotsIQ. We are a program of the Pittsburgh Chapter National Tooling and Machining Foundation. A little over 16 years ago, manufacturers across our region realized that then they were struggling to fill positions with entry-level students coming out of high school and post-secondary, and they knew it was only going to get worse. So fast forward now 16 years, that's how long BotsIQ has been in existence, and they're in that now. There are hundreds, even thousands of open positions in manufacturing across southwestern Pennsylvania, and they are looking for students just like you with the skills that you gain through the program. So BotsIQ was developed to spark an interest in those skills that employers are looking for. Many of our volunteers here today have been a part of BotsIQ since day one. Janet and Terry, Mike has been here for a very long time. Greg Chambers was here last week. Glenn Skeena downstairs and Pat Campbell in the working pit. So many of the volunteers that you see wearing those fluorescent yellow shirts have been here, if not 16 years, very close to it. Several of our other volunteers have been here for a significant amount of time too, and we wouldn't be able to have events like today without the support of so many wonderful people, including our volunteers. So I'd like to take a moment to recognize and thank them for their support of the program. I mentioned it before, but our teachers that are here today, they're leading teams. They believe in the mission that BotsIQ does, which is that there are great career opportunities for you, the youth, in manufacturing, and they're providing you an opportunity to gain those skills and learn about those opportunities so that when you leave high school, you're on a pathway to success. And that's what we're all here for, is trying to create those opportunities for you. But it's been a stressful year for everyone. But we are very thankful for the educators who have stuck with it this year, providing you with those opportunities and getting you here today. So thank you, teachers and your administrators who allowed you to come today and are making these events possible, not only last week, this week, and next week, but all the time in the future as well. So thank you, guys. One more group that I'd like to recognize, and that is all of the funders and sponsors that make this event possible. So you'll see a lot of banners hanging around here today. These are organizations, foundations, sectors of the Pennsylvania state government, workforce development boards, and companies that help us to provide this program to you at no cost to the school. So if you want to participate in BotsIQ, we don't charge you anything, and actually we help to give you money, and I'm always looking for ways to get more money for you so that you can build your programs at the schools too. But that all actually comes from these banners, these companies, these organizations that are helping us provide that to you, and we are very thankful for their support of the program. So thank you, funders, and thank you, supporters, for all that you do. The last group is the industry advisors. So as I mentioned at the beginning of BotsIQ, it was developed with manufacturing as a focus. Companies in our region realizing they needed a diverse and skilled workforce. Each school is partnered with an industry advisor, some schools with multiple partners, and those companies share their time and their talent with the students. They also maybe sometimes financially support the schools as well. But all we ask of them is that they open their doors to you and they let you come on a tour, or they talk to you about their career pathways so that you can, again, connect your skills, connect those sparks that you're getting in BotsIQ to the actual careers that happen out there. We have almost 200 companies across southwestern Pennsylvania that support our program in some shape or form, many as industry advisors to the schools that are here today, last week and next week. And we couldn't have the success of the program without them either. So I'd like to, again, say thank you to our industry advisors too. So we're going to go ahead and get started. A couple reminders. One, we're all technically in a pit right now, so we all want to make sure that we're being safe. So please make sure you're wearing your safety glasses. If you need a mask break or you need a goggle break or safety glasses break, you can tell as a science teacher, please step away from the action, go towards the walls, the outer areas, or you can go downstairs. There's a whole area for teams to hang out, have lunch, keep the food and drink down there. We will be starting our battles very shortly here. So I know we have almost all of the teams through inspection. So if your team isn't there, you want to probably try to get there in the next 5 minutes so that you can get on for your first battle, because we're going to be moving pretty quickly. We are double elimination, so you have to lose twice to be out of the competition. But that also doesn't mean that it's the end of the day. Since this is our only competition for you this year, we will permit grudge matches and rumbles, hopefully after lunch today. So if you're interested in a grudge match, we'll have sign-ups at lunch. At the safety inspection table, there will be a sheet. You just fill it out, who you'd like to battle, and the battling can go on for your team. So don't think that, oh, you lost your two battles, you're done for the day. There's still opportunities for you to compete. Anything else that I'm missing? I think we're good. What's that? Oh, yeah. We'll be sending reminders through the Remind app, so when lunch is coming, we'll give you like a 5 to 10 minute warning saying it's going to be happening soon. Then during lunch, we'll give you a 5 to 10 minute warning telling you we'll be back up here to get things started. So the pit will close, this area will close during lunch to allow our volunteers an opportunity to also enjoy something to eat too. So today, one of our many wonderful volunteers, Autumn Malloy, is going to be our MC. So she's going to kick us off here today with our first battle. I'm going to change over the red-blue screen so I can remember who it is. I know it's Charleroi and Greensburg, Salem, but I just don't know who's what color. But Autumn's going to be here today. She'll also be looking for like fun facts and stuff about the team, so feel free to let her know some things that she can also be announcing. So everybody can go ahead back to their pits. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thanks, Autumn.
Thank you. As Michelle said, for our first bout, we have Charleroi Area High School with Chad 6 with the blue tape, and Greensburg Salem High School in the red. Their robot is called Torque Team. These are two experienced schools, so you should see a good match. In the blue shirts with the blue tape, we have Charleroi with Chad 6. And in the black shirts with the red tape, we have Greensburg Salem High School with Torque Team. For those of you watching on the live stream, you'll see that the teams always get last-minute instructions from our referee. That's very important because there are a lot of safety issues. Some of these robots have weapons that could take off your arm. And so there's a lot of safety that goes on. Now entering, we have Charleroi High School, Chad 6. What you see them doing now is powering on their robot. They have to make sure it is powered off when they transport it. The next thing that they're given permission to do is remove the safety bolt. This will allow their weapon to spin now. And now entering the arena, we have Greensburg Salem High School in the red with Torque Team. Again, given permission to power on their robot. And their safety is being removed. So both robots and both weapons are fully enabled. Our referee, Mike Velazzi, shuts the doors, and we are ready for our first match. Looks like Charleroi may have gotten stuck. Both of them get a little boost at the start to make sure they're not hung up on the arena. Okay, both robots can move.
In 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go. Both robots have spinners. A spinner and a beater bar.
Stop the match. Stop the match.
Okay, the match has been stopped. during the match, each robot is allowed one maneuvering by the referee to make sure they get freed from any debris on the arena floor.
3, 2, 1, go!
The match resumes. Charleroi has the black robot with the red wheels. Greensburg-Salem has the silver robot. Greensburg-Salem is taking its release from the mat.
All right, you're ready to go. 3. 3, 2, 1, go!
One of the things that happens in some of these early matches, the robots try to have very low ground clearance so that no weapons can get under them and flip them. But sometimes the ground clearance is too little and they get hung up on the arena, and that seems to be what's happening here. That usually gets adjusted in the later matches. So if they're not moving now, you'll see them moving on their second match.
Blue's incapacitated, red's the winner. Most off.
Blue has been declared incapacitated by the judge, the referee. That means that it cannot move. So red has been declared the winner. So Charleroi Area High School with Chad 6 will go down to the second bracket, but they will be back. And Greensburg-Salem High School will compete again in the winners bracket. So Torque Team Greensburg-Salem High School moves on.
Welcome to DM. Welcome to DMI Companies. My name is Joe Pusateri. I'm the production manager for Duckmade Industries. We are here today in our sealant and adhesive department to kind of explain some of the automation that we have added over the last three to 4 years. Very cool, very neat. So what is really cool about this is we make everything from scratch. So we start and we put all the ingredients in a 450 gallon
for Charleroi, but they'll be back.
Drum, we'll say. We mix it up and we put it on a dispensing pedestal, and then once it is there, it all gets dispensed into 1 or 5 gallon drums or buckets automatically. The lid gets put on automatically. The barcode label gets put on automatically. The operator, all he does is manage that process now, picks buckets up, puts them in a box, slides it through an automatic tape machine, automatically gets the ink put on, slides down to our robot Betty, and Betty picks it up and places it on the skid as Betty was designed to do. So what's cool about that is we used to do all of that manually. And not only did we do it all manually, it took double the amount of employees to do that. So we've taken a process.
Admiral Perry has been with the program for 12 years. And here they are with their robot, Carnage, in the blue. So Admiral Perry with the red robot. And there they are, removing the safeties from their weapon. Their robot has been powered on. And now they've been given permission to remove the pin. Next up in the red, we have South Park High School with their robot Super Smash Bot. And so their robot is going to be the silver robot. South Park is one of the teams that's been around a very long time. This is their 14th year in the program. So two very experienced teams here. These are both weapon robots. One has a spinner beater bar, and it looks like the other one does as well. Notice Admiral Perry has a wedge up with their weapon. Now we have some motion. South Park's weapon is engaged. Oh, now it's stopped. Neither weapon is activated at this point. Sometimes the drivers will save their battery power for driving ability and not activate the weapon. And again, Admiral Perry with the red robot and South Park with the silver robot. It takes a lot of skill to be able to maneuver these robots, so you can tell their drivers are well practiced. Admiral Perry has been able to pin the South Park High School to the wall, so they will get points for that. And now we see Admiral Perry pinning South Park in the corner as well. Our judges are taking notes of that. Notice that you don't need to have a weapon activated to be able to win the match if you have a good driver. And these teams do have good drivers. The referee gives an order to separate. Now we see some aggression from South Park. South Park, with its wedge, was able to get underneath Admiral Perry, so that will be a point for South Park. South Park now hit by Admiral Perry. Both teams maneuvering. Each match lasts 3 minutes. We see South Park trying to steer for a pin, and it looks like South Park has achieved that.
3, 2, 1, 6. Most often up.
Okay, and the time is up. The judges decide Admiral Perry as the winner. So Admiral Perry, Team 2 with Carnage, will move on in the winner's bracket. South Park High School with Super Smash Bot will go on to the consolation bracket. Both of these teams will fight again today. Before the teams can move their robots, they have to put all the safety gear back into place, and they're told to power off their robots. Now being removed, Super Smash Bot. Between every match, the arena is swept because there's all sorts of debris that's left in the arena, and if it's not swept, then you can wind up with pieces of debris holding up the robots. So our sweepers have an important job to do. Our next competition will be United Junior Senior High School with their robot Michelangelo, and Monessen Junior Senior High School with their robot Monessen Mayhem. So as soon as our referee cleans out the arena, we'll be ready to go. And you can see all the debris that's being taken out after every match. Monessen, this is their first year in the competition, so we're glad to have them with us. Monessen, as a first-year team, is in the running for Rookie of the Year team. They are competing for that title with another school from New York called the Gal School. The Gal School was here last week.
Hello, I'm Mark Botus, President and CEO of Aerotech, a company dedicated to the advancement of precision automation. Today, we participate in many of the leading industries powering the global economy. Our work spans from cutting-edge big science at the world's foremost research and development institutions to globally recognized industrial customers engaged in the future of manufacturing. From our humble beginnings as a small startup, today our worldwide presence includes operations in North America, Europe, and Asia, supported by a global sales network. We currently have over 400 dedicated employees with a record of consistent growth throughout our history. If you're driven to succeed, if you're looking for an opportunity for career development and personal growth and achievement, then we'd like to talk to you.
Aerotech was founded.
Hey, I'm Steve Simkew. I am CAD and Project Manager here at DMI Companies. I'm in charge of making sure all the drawings are up to par, as well as managing my own projects. My career path is I actually went to college for mechanical drafting and design, and I went to Idaho State and then came here to Pittsburgh and finished off at CCAC, and now I'm in charge of all the CAD stuff. So typically how my day starts off is there's two different tasks that I have. There's the CAD side and the project side. So the CAD side, I review drawings from the other engineers, making sure they're up to par, they are correct, no errors. I also maintain laser patterns for the lasers that we have, make sure that they're cutting properly. I also make sure that our programs and our templates are up to date as well. On the project side, I'm in charge of designing either the products or the machines to make the products, and I'm also in charge of making sure the my projects are coordinated per the timeline and that they're being done on time and on budget. So as I mentioned, we take care of the laser patterns for the laser. So what that means is I take a 3D model, make it flat, take that pattern and send it to the laser. So one of the items I'm going to demonstrate on CAD that we send over to our laser is the high efficiency takeoff, HETO for short. What it does is your air flow, AC, comes into your ductwork from your unit, and it transitions the airflow into the location that you are in your house. So Alvin here is actually very nice and cold because it's 68 degrees instead of 102 outside. So what we'll typically do is model it up, a 3D model, make sure all the parts fit properly and everything, and then once we're done with that, I'm going to jump to the individual piece that we laser cut. We take this and actually flat pattern it, and we'll laser cut this profile out of a flat sheet of material, and then it'll form to the parts that we need. So let's go over to the laser. So once we have the laser pattern done, we send it over to the laser and put it in our system, and it actually cuts out from this profile. So once it's ready, we hit start and it'll cut. All right, let's see what we cut. Ta-da!
Hi, I'm Sean Keister, GSI Production Manager. Today we're going to go over a spun collar. So you're probably wondering what a spun collar is. A spun collar is the square, go to square to a round on a plenum. So to demonstrate this, we could go back here. Today our operator is Roger. He's going to demonstrate how we do a spun collar. So we hot melt, rivet, weld it, place this in the machine. So we have these set at a cycle time. So we're running a 12-inch spun collar. Previously, our spun collar, what we would do is, this is our old style. We would have to use the flange, put it on there, spin that on there. So our research development team researched this machine out in Spain. This machine is also known to make instruments and also automobile wheels. So this was our old style. It's a two-piece, so we made a more efficient, user-friendly spun collar. We used to get 40 parts per hour with this. Now with the new machine, with the spin machine, we get 60 parts per hour. So what we're seeing right now is a 12-inch spun collar. So what we're doing is use a one piece of metal versus the old style, the two piece. So the carriage is slowly drawing that metal out to stretch it to make that flange. So it's more efficient, easier to use, and also keeps the cost down as well.
Hi, I'm Steve Gerba, and I'm an automation engineer here at DMI Companies. So I'm a local graduate from Ringgold High School, and I also went to California University for mechatronics engineering. I got a Bachelor in Science in that degree. So in 2016, I came to take an internship position here at DMI. I was fresh out of high school, and I ended up finding myself as a lab technician where I got to work alongside all the engineers in their projects, which really got me involved. And for some background, in high school, I just kind of found myself being almost like a maker. I loved making things. I loved fixing issues, doing problem solving. And one of the programs that got me really involved was BotsIQ. It was really there that like kind of my passion for engineering took off as I got to work alongside a team of people building this robot. And it got me really involved with electrical engineering and machining. So that's when I kind of knew that's what my passion was to go for engineering. So my role as an automation engineer in the company is I take some of our quote-unquote dumb equipment and I make it smarter and safer by adding logic and control to the systems. I also add safety devices to kind of monitor and also make it, safer for our production workers to operate it. I play a lot with these little guys here. They're called PLCs, or programmable logic controllers. They're basically like a little microprocessor that you throw on a production line, and it can monitor and control the system. So I get to do pretty cool jobs like playing with our 8-foot robot and doing unloading of our work cell that we have. I get to make custom equipment from scratch. I work alongside our mechanical engineers and kind of make our own equipment all in-house. Nobody's selling what we're making, so we take a lot of pride when we actually finish a machine and we actually get to start it up. Never in a million years did I think I'd be so happy to see some ductwork come out of a machine, but you just feel so much like pride when you actually see that finished product come out and say, hey, we as a team got to build that. We made that all on our own. So during my internship, my first role was kind of as a lab technician. I got to work alongside all the engineers and their projects and all their kind of daily tasks that they did. I got to help them out in the system. From there, I got more schooling experience. I came back the next following year and I actually got to shadow with an engineer. And shadowing was one of the best ways to gain experience because you're with somebody who has 10 some years of experience or 20 some years of experience. You can actually be on the floor with these people and gain all the knowledge that they have on equipment and industry standards that they have. So from there, the next year that I came back with more schooling experience, I ended up kind of taking the training wheels off. I got my own project. I had my own equipment to work on. And then things just began to kind of grow as I developed more projects and they began to see what I was capable of. So one of the most recent sales that we did was in Wagner, Oklahoma. We got to put in an entire production line there from scratch. I got to build all the control panels, all the power drops, and we're still adding on to it. We're adding more equipment. We're adding another robot down to that cell as well. So these are all kind of really fun projects for me because I love creating things. It was one of my hobbies. So it's like I'm able to take my hobbies.
So in the last match of United High School and Monessen had to forfeit. So they will be moving into the consolation bracket, but they will try to come back and get their robot working. United High School will move on into the winner's bracket, and we'll be back to compete again there. Up now we have Admiral Perry Team 1 with their robot Slaughterbot in the blue, and York Senior High School with their robot the Zerbinator in the red. York High School is our only all-female team in the competition this year. Entering the arena, we have Admiral Perry, Team 1, with Slaughterbot. Admiral Perry is the only CTC team with us today. And here we have York High School. They'll be with the red tape. And their robot is the Zerbinator. York High School has been with us for 8 years. If you're not familiar with these schools, York is in Westmoreland County, and Admiral Perry comes to us from Cambria County. And the referee has allowed the match to begin. With these weapons, you should definitely see some sparks fly. York took a hit, but it looks like they're still able to move. Their weapon looks like the axle on the weapon is broken, but they are still maneuverable. One of the things that judges look for is aggression in driving. So you will see these drivers trying to attack the other robots to earn aggression points. Admiral Perry has powered up its weapon. York has a broken weapon. Oh, York is able to maneuver out of the corner. Good driving on York's part. And Admiral Perry moves in for a pin. Admiral Perry has pinned York. They've been told to separate. You can hear Admiral Perry's weapon grinding away there. York's run into a little bit of a problem. It looks like they may not be able to maneuver. And the 3 minutes has come to an end. So the judges, by unanimous decision, have declared Admiral Perry, Team 1, the winner. So Admiral Perry with Slaughterbots will move on in the winners competition. York Senior High School with the Zerbinator will go back to the pit, get their robot fixed up, and be back to battle again today in our consolation bracket. Next up, we have Bedford Area High School with Teddy Roosevelt and Greensburg-Salem High School with Torque Team. Each team is allowed 20 minutes between a match to repair their robot. So the teams that are in the arena now, York will have 20 minutes at least to repair their robot. So we will definitely see both of those teams back. And there were a lot of pieces knocked off by the spinning weapon there, so good job sweeping, Mike.
Hi, my name's Ralph. I am a journeyman machinist here at Aerotech. I run a vertical milling machine. I've been here since June of 2009. A typical day here at Aerotech is anything but typical. There's a lot of different work that goes on here. All the parts are different. It's a different day in, day out. You spend a lot of time at your machine. We do programming here at our machines. We work on different jobs day in and day out. It's never really the same thing. It's always something new and something exciting. One of my favorite things about working at Aerotech would have to be our training program. We're able to take someone with zero job experience and train them from the beginning to work their way up to become a full-fledged CNC machinist.
What we do with vacuum is to enable scientists to do their technology to create a better world today and tomorrow.
I have an opportunity to interface with researchers all over the world who are doing the next generation of everything.
Innovation is something that has to happen. How to be constantly good, create known value for our customers that they can rely on, that we're going to be there tomorrow for them.
There's no other place that I know of that you can go in and talk about new emerging technologies.
It's not that hard when you have a bunch of people who already care and want to drive things forward.
I like all parts of my job.
I have one of the great jobs in the company.
This place feels like home.
It feels like a family.
You walk in and you just feel good instantly as soon as you walk through the doors.
The thing that makes me most proud about the company are the people.
You can just feel how passionate everybody in the company is.
And I think the company also has a good work ethic.
It's funny, I've had people say, oh, no, you don't understand machinists. You know, we're never going to be that way. Well, I see passionate machinists.
Makes you proud to watch things and, you know, leaf through the calendar, you're like, oh, I've made that.
It's much more than a job. It's much more than a career. It is a life. It is a lifestyle.
I see our people getting excited about things.
And if I can come up with a solution for a customer, that makes me excited.
And a lot of times we'll do something that's never been done before in the world, so that's always very exciting.
If you want to be a machinist, you want to be an engineer, you want to do high, cool things with people that are trying to change the world. And the essence of the company is a caring, driven vacuum technology company. Enabling technology for a better world really is something that everybody can relate to, because that's what we do.
Bedford is ready to go. Bedford is ready to go. And Greensburg-Salem is also ready. Bedford actually won Grand Champion in 2018 and 2019. And since we didn't have a competition last year, they are the reigning champion. And here they are entering the arena with their robot, Teddy Roosevelt. Bedford has been with us for 8 years. Bedford has 2 teams. One team was with us last week. This is their second team with Teddy Roosevelt. And they'll have the blue tape. Now entering, we have Greensburg-Salem High School. They will have the red tape, and their robot is called Torque Team. Greensburg-Salem is from out in Westmoreland County, and they've been with us for 7 years. You'll notice some design differences between the 2 robots. Greensburg-Salem has a wedge on the side of their weapon. As does Bedford. But you'll notice a difference in the size and the weight of the rotating bars. Once these weapons power up, they will both have the potential to flip the other robot. So I would expect to see some action in this match. Greensburg-Salem has been given permission to remove their safety, and so Mike Volosky is closing the doors for us. After some last-minute instructions, the match will begin. Okay, and 3, 2, 1, here we go. You can see Bedford moving in for an attack, and there we go, pieces flying. Greensburg-Salem has been flipped, and they've tapped. When a team taps, that means they end the match to prevent any further damage to their robot. So Greensburg-Salem takes the loss with this one. Bedford Area High School with Teddy Roosevelt will move on into the winner's bracket. Lots of cleanup after this one. You can see that the top panel has been totally removed from the Greensburg-Salem robot. It was good that they tapped because all their wires are exposed and could have been destroyed by that weapon. Good call by Greensburg-Salem. So Bedford area with Teddy Roosevelt will go on in the winner's bracket. And now picking up the pieces, we have Greensburg-Salem with Torque Team. But it's always amazing how they're able to get their robots working again after just a little bit of time. So I would expect Greensburg-Salem to take their robot back to the pit, fix it up, and be back to compete again in the consolation bracket later this afternoon. Now we have Frank Stasa sweeping the arena. He comes to us from Westmoreland County Community College, where he teaches engineering technology courses. And we can see the pieces of Greensburg-Salem's safety cover scattered all about the arena floor. So you definitely got to see a good match there. Up next, we have York Senior High School with the Zerbinator and Charleroi High School with Chad 6. This time, York will be with the blue tape, and Charleroi Area High School will be with the red tape.
Consider the future. Your future. At California University of Pennsylvania, you can build your life your way because we believe in you. We invest in you, empower you to create the future you envision. We give you the tools and teaching so you can rise up and achieve. Don't settle for someone else's vision of you. Build you at CalU. Visit us at calu.edu.
We're in the first active phase of operations for a Marcellus shale well. We're on an active drilling site. This particular pad is about 3 football fields in size. Our civil engineering group will study each area depending on the noise of each one of our operations and determine based on township ordinance or the landowners nearby whether we need sound walls erected to minimize our disturbance. We are regulated by the state to use containment and prevent any uncontrolled release of a regulated substance to the ground. The containment is 60 mil thick. It's about 3 times as thick as a typical swimming pool plastic liner. We drill our Marcellus wells with 2 different types of rigs. We use a top hole rig and a horizontal rig. The top hole rig is extremely efficient at drilling on air and drilling the vertical portion of our well down to the kickoff point where we begin deviating. And at that point, we have a horizontal rig that drills the curve, interval, and the lateral horizontally through the Marcellus target. The horizontal rig behind me, Pioneer 78, is 142 feet of clearance height. This rig has 4 walking feet on it. It will pick itself up and scoot itself down towards the new well, drop back down, and it'll be able to physically walk itself from one well to another. So our typical well for the vertical or top hole portion would take about a week or 7 days. And then the curve and lateral part of the well can take anywhere from a week to 2 weeks, depending on its length. Typically, we have about 4 wells on each pad, and our average lateral length right now is about 12,000 feet. We begin each well and make sure that we protect all of the natural resources in the area. Each Marcellus well is designed of different casing strings. A typical casing design for a Marcellus well involves 4 different casing strings. The largest and first one protects all the water resources in an area. The second one is the coal protective casing string that protects all of the coal resources in an area. We have an intermediate casing string that is set as part of our top hole. That is before the kickoff point of the well. And then after we drill the curve and the lateral interval, our production casing will be run all the way to the end of the well, and that is the string in which we permanently produce condensate through. We have directional tools that we run downhole in combination with a drill bit that allow us to drill directionally and deviate from vertical and ultimately drill horizontally. So once we begin deviating from vertical, our curve interval will be on a bend of about 8 to 10 degrees per 100 feet. So the vertical distance would be about 600 feet from where we kick off to where we land the well. So we drill it on a curve, and once we land it, then we begin to drill horizontally through the Marcellus shale. As we're drilling that borehole, the PDC bit is breaking rock. So all that rock that we are breaking must be removed from the borehole. So we use a drilling fluid to do that. That's one of its primary benefits or purposes, is to suspend and remove those cuttings from the wellbore. And that drilling fluid will then circulate all of those cuttings up to surface. So as the fluid and the cuttings come up to the surface, we process that in a closed loop system. So early in the development of our field, range drilled about an average of 3,000 feet of lateral length. It allowed us to drill wells very quickly, and we've shifted to a strategy where we are able to utilize technology better and drill laterals for longer so that we can produce more gas from each well. We've been able to now get to an average lateral length of 12,000 feet, 4 times as long as the laterals we drilled back around 2010 to 2012 timeframe.
We are currently on a hydraulic fracturing pad. This is a 24-hour operation, allowing us to spend less time on each pad that we complete every year. Day-to-day operations on this site consist of 2 things: hydraulic fracturing and wireline operations. We get with our hydraulic fracturing company and plan out where the equipment is going to go. Where that equipment is going to be placed allows us to ensure that the containment is under each piece of equipment during the process. The containment that we utilize is very similar to the drilling process, which is a 60 mil liner that is again placed under every single piece of equipment to capture any fluid that may be released. The site that we're on currently consists of about 400 stages needed to be completed, and that will happen over a period of about 2 months. Hydraulic fracturing is the process of pumping water, sand, and additives downhole into the wellbore to create paper-thin fractures into the formation. Those paper-thin fractures are held open by the sand or proppant and allow the oil and gas to flow into the wellbore during production. Before we do any work on that wellbore, we do a casing integrity test. So it's essentially a pressure test on the casing, and we hold that pressure for about 30 minutes and monitor that pressure to ensure that we do not have any leak-offs. The surface equipment that we utilize to do this process consists of a blender to blend your water, sand, and additives, and those components are sent to the high pressure pumps at a high rate, and those components are sent downhole to create those paper-thin fractures. The data van on a hydraulic fracturing fleet is the command center of the operation. In the data van, they monitor multiple parameters: slurry rate, treating pressure, sand concentration, additive concentration, all of that to ensure that they are following the engineering designs. They can control the frac pumps remotely, the blender remotely, and the sand system remotely. The composition of our fluid consists of 99.9% water and sand. The rest contains the additives. Over the years, we've been successful in recycling 150% of our water thanks to our water sharing program. So one thing that Range has done over the last year has transitioned from conventional diesel fleets, and we currently have 1 electric fleet running. That electric fleet utilizes 100% natural gas. That allows us to have lower emissions, cost savings versus using diesel, and noise reduction on each pad that we're on with this fleet. This fleet is powered by a turbine generator. The blender that we talked about, the frac pumps that we discussed, are all utilize electric motors to operate that equipment.
We're at the final phase, which is the production phase. We try to keep the footprint of the site as small as possible and to have it blend in with its surroundings. The average Range well can produce enough energy in its first year to power 75,000 homes. So the wellheads themselves is where the water, the condensate, and the gas flow up through the wellhead into our flow line. And once they hit the flow line, they go over to our GPUs, which are our gas production units. And this is where we separate out the water from the condensate and the gas itself. So the gas will go through the separator into our pipelines, and it goes to the processing facility. The lease operators are responsible for visiting the sites every day and doing a routine inspection. So they'll go over every piece of equipment, looking for leaks, but they're also checking levels, temperatures, and making sure everything is flowing properly. But we also have a gas control room where they monitor every well. What they monitor is pretty much everything that is on site. So there's parameters and readouts of the wellheads, the gas production units, pretty much every piece of equipment on site. From there, they can shut the well in. We have emergency shutdown valves on every well. They can push a button on a computer that will shut in either an individual well or the whole site. Another part of the lease operator's duties are LDAR inspections, which LDAR stands for Leak Detection and Repair. They come out with our environmental team. They check every connection on site to see if there's any leaks at all. The range does them quarterly, so we do them 4 times a year. So Range has added additional equipment and technology over the years, which has helped us reduce greenhouse gas emissions coming from our sites. Range made a switch on the color of our tanks. They used to be dark green like the rest of the equipment on this site, and then we changed to white. The green tanks would draw in more heat, so the white tanks have helped us reduce emissions and control the vapors. Once the gas gets downstream and it hits our processing facilities, where does it go from there? It eventually ends up at your homes, for heating, cooking.
Finding a job career. Welcome back to the Lynn Hayes Freeland Show. Okay, it's September. You set those goals, those New Year's resolutions months ago, but you haven't done anything, especially about finding a job, going in a new direction. Well, New Century Careers just may be your answer. And here to talk about it, 2 individuals, 2 perspectives. And Neil, I'm so looking for your last name on this page. Neil Ashbaugh.
There you go. You got it.
On behalf of New Century, and Dominic, tell me your last name.
Rucker.
Dominic Rucker, who actually went through the program we're getting ready to talk about. Welcome to you both.
Thank you very much.
So, Neil, talk to me a little bit. What is New Century Careers? Because I'm sure some of our viewers are hearing this for maybe even the first time.
Sure. New Century Careers was an organization that was founded in 1999. It was an organization founded by manufacturers in the region. Back even in '99, there was a huge gap where there was a need for a solid workforce for individuals going into entry-level positions with manufacturers. So those groups of manufacturers got together and developed a program which became Manufacturing 2000, which allows an individual with little to no experience in manufacturing to learn appreciable skills so that within about 4 to 6 months of the training with us can actually then be placed with one of our partner companies.
Now, when we're talking about career opportunities, job opportunities in manufacturing, what kind of jobs are we talking about?
Yeah, so these are very high-paying, high-skilled, pretty technical jobs.
You need to put that high pay in there.
Oh,
first,
yeah,
right?
well,
Okay.
absolutely. These are definitely family-sustaining careers.
Okay.
So individuals learn to run equipment that then is used to cut or bring value to metals or plastics or a whole host of variety of materials. There are shops in the area that use these types of machines to create wood products. But again, it's precision. When you think about metal parts and precision, some of the higher end components in the region could be found even on aircraft, could be found in humans as far as medical implants.
Okay. So Dominic, tell me, you went through the training program.
Yeah.
What was the hardest part about the training program?
I don't believe it was too hard.
Nothing was hard? Okay.
I mean, we have like NIMS certification parts where they get sent out and they get checked by like professionals. Those were pretty difficult, but nothing really extreme.
So was this something, tell me a little bit about Dominic. Where were you before you went into this training program? Were you kind of trying to figure out what you wanted to do next or what?
So back in high school, I went to Chartiers Houston.
Okay.
And back in high school, I had a tech class, and we did the program BotsIQ, which is like a bunch of battle robots, and I was a part of that for 3 years. and then 2 of them I was the team leader. And then I decided to go to college. And I didn't really like college. I didn't like sitting around. You know
yeah,
what I
and
mean?
it's not for everybody.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I wanted to work with my hands, so I went back and talked to my high school tech teacher, and he was like, "You need to check this out." And I went to New Centuries Careers, got a tour, and I really enjoyed it. And I was there for probably 6 months, and I recently got a job.
Now, how does that feel?
Amazing.
So, I mean, how typical is this?
It's actually very typical.
Uh-huh.
So Dominic touched upon a couple other things that we do at New Century Careers. One of them is the BotsIQ program. That's a program that reaches about 60 high schools, impacts about 900 to 1,000 students a year.
Okay.
With a fun competition-driven program, which actually has a really cool curriculum that supports building awareness with young people about careers in manufacturing. So Dominic is really the kind of like the life cycle that we like to see, where a young person gets engaged and then comes to our program, runs through the Manufacturing 2000 program, and then gets successfully employed. The final part that we're going to try to work with Dominic is to try to get him into a professional apprenticeship program, which will then allow him to continue his education for the next 4 years, and then he'll continue to see more experience, more skills, and ultimately more pay.
So, give me an idea. What are the how do you get in the program? Who's it designed for? How old do you have to be? What are the requirements?
Okay, this is really kind of cool. It's designed for everyone.
Okay.
And it's hard to believe it is, but it is. Anybody that has a mechanical aptitude will be successful. We do a mechanical aptitude battery or a test to check to see if you can do some basic reasoning, very simple math. We require 2 letters of reference and an application. And we have rolling cohorts starting throughout the year. Our next cohort starts actually in October, the beginning of October. So we're taking applications, and we usually accept about 8 to 12 individuals every 6 to 8 weeks.
Now, is there a fee involved in this?
No, our program is 100% tuition free.
Free.
Yes.
Free, yes.
Yes, it's hard to believe. A lot of people ask that question, and we get the same response every time, like, how good of a program could it be?
If it's
free,
yeah.
If it's free. But we have individuals that have gone through the program over the last 20 years that have gone on to become supervisors, leaders, vice presidents, even presidents of local companies. So we are very successful at what we do.
So what are you thinking, Dominic? Vice president, supervisor? What do you see down that road?
I don't know yet. I'm just excited to have a job.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah. So I want to, something that Neil mentioned was he talked about you kind of do this, I'll call it a test for lack of a better word, to kind of see if you have the mechanical parts of your brain that are working. Was that intimidating?
No.
I don't think anything intimidates you at this point.
It wasn't too hard. I remember scoring pretty high.
Okay. Were you nervous about it, or this is something that you were already confident in?
It was kind of the thing. It was like I already knew a lot from BotsIQ.
Okay.
So it was like I kind of knew more than most people going in. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right. So you mentioned, Neil, you have a new session starting in October.
That's
what should folks do at this point? Website, call? What's
Yeah, absolutely. You can go under our website and get our number and give us a call. We'd ask that you probably talk to Matt Zima or Samara Rosenberg. Those are 2 individuals that will help anybody that's interested conduct tours, run through the application, and get them set up to be successful in our program.
And Dominic, what was the most exciting part? Getting accepted and starting the program, or 6 months later finishing it and getting a job?
I really liked when I first started. I was unsure about the program because I had never heard of it. And I went on a tour, and I immediately knew that that's where I needed to be. And then 6 months later, I was really excited to start my first day on my job. I started yesterday, actually.
Oh, wait, so this is a brand new job.
Yeah.
If I'd have known, we'd have had champagne, or at least cake. Anyway, congratulations. That's awesome. And so far, you love it.
I do, yeah.
You do. All right. Give us the website.
Sure, it's www.ncsquared, spelled out SQUARED.com.
There you go. Thanks so much. Lots of good information, and I love on this show when I learn something that I didn't know before, and that's exactly what you two brought today to the show. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We'll take a commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap all this up and just remind you how you can find all of this online, so don't go away when the Lynn Hayes Freeland Show continues.
Our teams will be entering the arena. Now up, we have York High School with the Zerbinator in the blue. I do have a note from a previous match. Greensburg-Salem has suffered irreparable damage, and they will not be competing anymore today. So Greensburg-Salem is done for the day. In the arena now, we have York Senior High School with the Zerbinator. It's good to hear some cheering. Up next, we have Charleroi with Chad 6. Let's hear for, come on, Charleroi. Charleroi comes thus from Washington County, York from Westmoreland County. And the match has been called to start. Notice we have good, skilled drivers here, and pieces are flying already. Oh, York has lost a gear, so their weapon may not be functional. A drive belt. Sparks are flying. Charleroi has trapped York. But good driving by both teams. Oh, and York suffers a hit from Charleroi, Chad 6. The match has been halted.
Blue team incapacitated. Red team is the winner. All right, red team is going to
And red is declared the winner. So York will go ahead and get that drive belt repaired, and we'll see them again in the consolation bracket. Charleroi, with Chad 6, will move on in the winner's bracket. We are going to attempt to do 2 more matches, and then we'll pause for a lunch break. For our next match, we will have United Junior Senior High School with Michelangelo. They will be in the blue. And we will have Admiral Perry, Team 1, with Slaughterbot in the red. York is picking up the pieces now and leaving the arena. But they'll they'll be able to repair that, and we'll see them again. Now, sweeping time. Quite a bit of debris after that last match. Congratulations to Charleroi, Chad 6. We see our referee, Mike Velazzi, giving the final instructions to the incoming robot teams. And you can see that broken drive belt from York in the arena there. So after a thorough sweeping, we should be ready to go for our next match. Now entering the arena, we have United Junior Senior High School with their robot, Michelangelo. And that will be easy to pick out because that's the one with the green. And now we have Admiral Perry with Slaughterbot. This is their first robot. Admiral Perry has been with us for 12 years. And they've come to us from Cambria County. With both robots in the arena, we are ready to begin. The teams receive final instructions. Both robots are linked to their controllers. And the match begins in 3 seconds.
Go!
United off to a fast start, but now Admiral Perry kicks into action. You can hear the Admiral Perry weapon as it rams into United, but quick driving by the United team. United's robot has wedges on 3 sides with a weapon on the 4th. The robots have been ordered to separate. Both teams trying to maneuver for a pin. Admiral Perry showing some aggressive driving now. This is definitely anybody's match. Very closely matched teams. Both drivers showing a lot of skill to be able to maneuver out of these corners. United pins Admiral Perry. They've been told to separate. And the match is over. 3 minutes. Let's see what the judges decide. Red, Admiral Perry, is the winner. Slaughterbot will move on. United, with Michelangelo, will drop down to the losers match, but they will be back again. This is double elimination, so both teams will have a chance to compete again this afternoon. United putting on the safety gear so that they can remove their robot from the arena. And safely exiting. Now we have Admiral Perry coming in, picking up their Carnage robot, and they were able to wreak some carnage on. Oh, that was, sorry, Admiral Perry Team 2. This is Slaughterbot being taken out. Slaughterbot was able to slaughter their opponent and move on in the winner's bracket. The next match will be Bedford Area High School with Teddy Roosevelt and Admiral Perry Team 2, Carnage. So we just saw Admiral Perry, Team 1, take the victory. Let's see what their second team can do. You may not know, but BotsIQ is actually 16 years old. It was started back in 2005, and it is officially a program of the Pittsburgh Chapter National Tooling and Machining Foundation. If you have a student that has benefited from this program, it is a nonprofit organization, and they do accept donations to help support this worthy effort that you see today. When BotsIQ started, there were only 6 teams. 5 of them were CTCs. But now we've grown to over 80 teams in a typical year. The purpose behind BotsIQ is to interest students in a career in manufacturing and to recruit a workforce for industry. Over the 16 years, there have been over 10,000 students involved with BotsIQ. We've got Bedford Area High School with Teddy Roosevelt, and they are ready to go. We are waiting on Admiral Perry, Team 2 with Carnage. Admiral Perry, Team 2 with Carnage, has forfeited. So we are going to take our lunch break now. And we'll be back with more action in about half an hour.
3D Experience World 2021. Woo! What's up, everybody? This is Titan, Titans of CNC. I'm right here at our new facility in Flower Mound, Texas. And I'm excited to bring a special message to everyone out there. 2021 is going to be a great year. We're going to solve problems. We're going to manufacture. We're going to bring in new technology, and we're going to make it happen. So check this out. Life has been pretty crazy for me and my team for a little bit. Right before Christmas, we loaded up a ton of semi-trucks. We put all of our machines, all of our company belongings, even grabbed our employees, grabbed their cars, and we went on a road trip from California to Texas to our new facility right behind me. As a shop owner, I take a lot of pride in the quality of the workspace that I give to our employees. So let's go in the shop. Check it out. Welcome to the facility. It's a little quiet right now. We just placed all of the machines on the floor, and we have more machines coming. And right now, we're actually running the electrical to the machines. We're running the air to the machines, putting coolant in the machines, and getting ready to manufacture. So right now, while it's a little quiet, I'm taking this time to get with you guys out there to give you a little inspiration, all right? Right when we come in the door, first thing that we see is the Titan chessboard with the titanium chess pieces. And yes, each chess piece represents curriculum to learn live tooling lathes. So that's what the shop is now. It's like a hybrid company. It's an academy, a film studio, hence the black walls, crazy lighting, and open space, right? And it's a high-end manufacturing facility. Now, if you guys actually follow Titans of CNC on YouTube, you guys know there's a crazy story behind our vision, our mission. I personally went from homelessness to boxing to prison to basically having no hope in life. And then one day I walked into a machine shop. I got behind a machine for $9 an hour, and that day would change my life. From that day forward, I would be judged based on my productivity and not the mistakes of my past. Because at that moment, I had no education. I really had no hope. I was happy getting a job for $9 an hour. I went down to just hardware stores in different places, and they wouldn't give me a job. And all of a sudden, I'm at this production facility with CNC machines and robotics, and they're making crazy parts for NASA. And I literally looked at the owner. I said, if I do good here, I could actually rise and learn how to run these machines. And he said, absolutely, Titan. I will always pay you what you're worth. And at $9 an hour with 2 kids, I got busy. I got to work early. I left late. I asked for books. I went to school. I devoured everything I could about CNC machining. And then the negative in my life, right? I was a boxer. I had aggression. I actually flipped it. So instead of using all of it in a negative, I channeled it into manufacturing. When a lot of people were timid to run the machines and break something, my head got math, and I just understood the machine. And I just started pushing it and pushing it. And guess what? I started making the company money. My money rose. All of a sudden, I got my own car. I got my own apartment. I had something to lose. And the farther I got away from incarceration, I just became a different person. And I walked out of that life into manufacturing. Boom. In this big old space right here, we're gonna have a huge monster 5-axis machine, a DVF 8000. It's a 5-axis machine, but you can actually turn on it. So it's a lathe and a 5-axis all in one. It's a beast. We got our offices over there. We got the mega desk, the conference rooms, all that. Then we have a DBF 5000 5-axis, and we got the robo drill with the robot, because we're teaching full automation. You know, in my early days of manufacturing, my boss, Dave at Zenola Manufacturing, back in Sunnyvale, California, he gave me probably the best piece of advice ever. And that was, Titan, if you can solve people's problems, you will always be successful. And I've built my entire business on the foundation of those words. Let's serve people. Let's serve our community, serve manufacturing, and bring real solutions to real problems. Now, I was in prison. I walked into manufacturing, and then the day would come where I would actually go into San Quentin prison, next to the biggest death row in the entire country. And I'd actually speak to the inmates, and guess what happened? The guards and even the warden said, we've never seen all these inmates sit so quietly and listen to one person. But you know what? At that moment, I was qualified because I'd been incarcerated. I've been where they're at. And now I was on the other side, and my family was growing. My life was growing because of manufacturing, and I built my own company. I could see both sides, and I had the conviction to speak into their lives and tell them there is hope. There is a path forward, but you need to leave your past behind you. You need to step out of the negativity into the positivity. You need to solve problems, not for yourself, but for your family, for those that surround you, for the community. If you solve problems and bring real solutions, you will be successful. Now, I tell everybody, San Quentin changed my life. I got to stand side by side those men. We tore down an old production facility, and I came in and helped them build a new facility. They wanted to put dark paint on the walls, and I refused, and I made them use bright white. I wanted everyone to walk into that facility in that prison and it be the shining light, the brightest place in the whole prison, a place of hope. I wanted each and every one of those men to understand, and they actually learn this trade and how to machine intricate pieces for customers. All of a sudden, there'd be a foundation for their lives. And the more work that they actually put in, and the more skills they developed and knowledge that they put in their head, the future would be bright. So we built the school in San Quentin prison. And through the process, I and my team actually developed our own curriculum because I looked out and there was nothing worthwhile. The greatest manufacturing powerhouses had never made a curriculum that everybody could use that was on a high level. All schools, all manufacturing companies, if you want to create training and solve the skills gap, here's the curriculum and here's the template that you can use to make it happen in your own shops, in your own schools, right? We took all the curriculum, we put it online, Titans of CNC Academy, and made it free for everyone, completely changing how people looked at education and giving anyone that wanted to learn this trade an opportunity. And not only that, but we gave a vision to shop owners. We mentored the shop owners and showed them how to compete, how to make money, how to pay a better wage. And what's crazy is today, just a few years later, we have over 100,000 students on the academy. You can actually go onto the academy, go to the building blocks, 10 awesome mill parts, go to the rocket, all the lathe parts, and you can actually learn SolidWorks step by step and actually create all of those parts. That's something that I did different in CNC education. I wanted them to know the part intimately. So instead of just setting up programming and machining, I added in design. So let's design the part, let's get to know it intimately, then we program it, and then we machine it. Oh man, I just heard the machine over here, the big old mill turn. That's the first machine to actually get turned on. So we got the new CRX robot, doing a video on this guy, full setup, unboxing, how to program it, all that coming to the academy. Who's ever looked at manufacturing education and said, you know what, let's not do the small machines. Let's do the small machines. Let's do the fundamentals. Let's show how to put a vise on and stone a table and do all of that. But let's bring in big old real horizontals. Let's bring in automation and robots. Let's teach on a huge level and give all that knowledge for free. Manufacturing is not what it used to be. It's not dirty and grimy. It is high tech. We're building crazy rockets that go to the space station. We're building autonomous cars. But most shops don't actually open their doors to show the public on how brilliant and amazing the industry is. Let's just unpackage the art of manufacturing so you can be successful. Before we end this video, I want to give you the exact advice I got. Serve people, serve your community, and solve people's problems, and you will be successful. I will also say a lot of the hardships in your life that maybe was a negative, maybe you should actually relook and rethink those experiences. Because maybe, like prison was for me, I used to be in prison, then I went into a prison and I changed people's lives, right? I have a son who's in the autism spectrum, and now because I'm qualified, I have a little bit of knowledge behind it. Now I journey forward to unlock the world of CNC machining and show people that people with autism can thrive in this world, right? Those are some examples from my life. What are your examples? Maybe, just maybe, that thing that happened is exactly what qualifies you to change other people's lives, to solve their problems. It's a mill, it's a lathe, all put together, huge parts, and it's for education. So we got machines all through here. We got more machines, we got grinding machines showing up. We got the big 8,000. We're gonna fill up the entire facility. It's gonna be incredibly grand. And guess what? It is all for you. Free manufacturing education for the masses in partnership with SolidWorks and their 3D experience. Boom, 3D Experience World 2021. Let's go, baby. Boom.
Jobs at mills like this helped shape the American dream and created the modern American middle class. And in their heyday, Pittsburgh Steel and Pittsburgh Steelworkers were the
I knew in 3rd grade I wasn't going to be a nurse or a teacher. Just wasn't who I was. And back then, there wasn't much else. I think that there's a lot of women out there who have that same drive and just don't know where that might fit.
For manufacturers who don't create an environment that's comfortable for women, they're losing out on half the workforce. And so it's really important that we create those opportunities.
How do we get more women into manufacturing? I think early on in the school system, and I'm talking middle school, maybe even elementary, we have to be gender neutral in how we guide them.
You don't recruit women differently, you recruit and retain everybody by giving them work that's worth doing and by challenging them.
Business leaders are working together to bring manufacturing understanding to middle school age girls before their career paths are set so that they consider STEM degrees and jobs in manufacturing.
We're in a time right now where gender is being looked at in a very different way and reassessing what are stereotypes and why are women in certain roles and why are men.
Women manufacturing bring a different flavor to manufacturing, and I would call it humble leadership. Women are very engaging, very flexible, but very driven to get to that level of excellence.
The fact that you have women in all different levels of the hierarchy,
So you can probably hear the grinding noises from our United and South Park High School battle. The robots are stuck on each other, so Mike's going to step in and separate them. The match is restarting. We've got Michelangelo from United on its lid, upside down, but still maneuverable. And we've got South Park High School moving in for an attack. United just lost a big piece off of its frame, but South Park looks like it's losing a drive belt. And they've been told to separate. South Park seems to be stuck on United's robot. Okay, the match has been stopped. The blue team is incapacitated, cannot move, so the red team wins. So South Park High School with Super Smash Bot will go on. So that was United's second loss, so they are done for the day. Up next, we're going to have Admiral Perry, Team 2 with Carnage, and Charleroi High School, Chad 6.
This is an education rooted in hands-on learning. It's attending school while getting experience in the field. It's a public K-12 education on your schedule. This is Commonwealth Charter Academy, and this is how schools should work. CCA is an online public school available at no cost to all Pennsylvania families. Learn how Commonwealth Charter Academy can work for your family at ccaeducate.me.
CCA field trips make learning come alive. Now that's a big dog. That's CCA's mascot, Comet. You're telling me that CCA is a public cyber charter school that provides personalized public education and services to students in grades K through 12, all at no cost at all to families. I can respect that. All right, all right, all right. Thank you, Comet. Thank you, CCA.
Jeez.
I think,
What is manufacturing?
I
don't know anything about manufacturing.
When I hear the word manufacturing, I guess the first thing that comes to mind are like factories, assembly lines, Henry Ford.
creating products from raw materials.
Production of goods by a company for a consumer.
Lifts and all kinds of just machines all kind of going all at the same time. That's what I think.
Vertical and horizontal integration,
Oh.
England, Industrial Revolution.
Yeah,
All the
so the
historical
history
stuff.
major.
Making goods out of resources that you have.
Industry and mass production. Corporate slogans.
You know, everything we see and use.
Would you consider manufacturing important to the U.S. economy? Yes.
Yeah.
We built ourselves as a manufacturing economy after the Civil War.
Yeah, I think so, definitely.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, it creates things, and we definitely need that.
Products, I mean,
Products.
keeps it going.
How many people are employed by manufacturing? 5 million.
25 million.
Couple million people, not too many.
Are you gonna come up with something?
Nope. I'm just here to make you look good.
15 million? Is that something like that?
Manufacturing job.
A welder, chemical tester.
Sales, marketing.
I think of like assembly line workers but nothing specific.
The millennial generation, my generation, clearly has a lot to learn about the power and influence of manufacturing. But not all hope is lost. While we might not all understand modern manufacturing, Most of us get the economic benefits, and a few of us even realize the wide variety of opportunities and jobs in the industry. Truth is, manufacturing is making a comeback. Engage millennials now, rather than later, and start recruiting the next generation of the manufacturing army today.
Let's see, in one word, how would I describe manufacturing?
Assemble. Mechanical.
Making?
Yeah, creation.
Production.
Uniform.
Backbone.
Domestic.
Foundation.
Opportunity.
If you're manufacturing an actual good and you have a skill to do that, that's something that will always be needed. People will always need to have something manufactured for them of some real world good. So there's solace in knowing that your career has a future.
It's kind of amazing that we get rolls of sheet metal that come off of a trailer, and at the end of the line somebody puts a key in and it starts. All of these things have to come together perfectly, and it does.
The work that I'm doing is right on the cutting edge of innovation in the industry. We're doing new cloud-based service technology, new types of analytics that really haven't been done in the industry before.
It really makes you feel good to come to work every day and feel like you're making a difference in what you're doing.
But there's a lot of beauty in how something is made.
I was one of 2 women in my computer science class of 200, and it felt like I was an outlier. Now, more than half of my team are women.
We're all really proud to be women in this career.
To think like a digital native, go into manufacturing and use that skill set is tremendous.
It's in their blood, you know, it's their life to make something.
What you're doing actually has an impact on the world.
All right, for the previous match, Admiral Perry had to forfeit with their robot Carnage. So in this match, we have another Admiral Perry team, Team 1 with Slaughterbot. They are awaiting entering the arena. Currently entering the arena, we have Bedford High School with Teddy Roosevelt. And again, Bedford is our reigning champion for 2 years in a row. They've also won a national championship, so they have a strong robot. However, Admiral Perry, our CTC team with Slaughterbot, is certainly up to the challenge. And this is in our winners bracket. Both robots are synced to their controllers.
Alright, we're going to start this match on go. 3, 2, 1.
And here we go. You can see the sparks flying. Oh, that's a tough spot to be in. We have red Admiral Perry up against the side of the arena. It is not able to move. It is wedged up against the side, and we have blue Bedford able to win. So because red cannot move, red is incapacitated and is declared the loser. Bedford wins. However, Admiral Perry will drop down to the losers bracket and they will be back again. If it weren't for that tough break, they could have won that competition there. Leaving the arena now, we see Bedford. And coming to get their robot with the twisted metal, Admiral Perry. Both of these teams will be back. Our next match will be Charleroi Area High School with Chad 6 and South Park High School with Super Smash Bot. Admiral Perry frantically goes off to repair their robot. Remember that after each match, the teams have a 20-minute time limit in which they can repair their robot. So they are guaranteed to have at least 20 minutes to get that robot back in shape for their next match.
All across the United States, to be truthful. Manufacturers all across this nation are looking for a workforce.
About 400,000 unfilled jobs in manufacturing today, and we forecast there's about 2 million that will go unfilled between now and 2025, and veterans would be a key way to help fill that gap.
So 7 days after I graduated, I went into the Army. I was stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina for 3 years. It was an airborne military police unit. When I got out, there was a smelter in the area had opened up a production opportunity, and so I started working in 1990, working on the pot lines on night shift as a pot line operator helper. Well, I think manufacturing is a good home for veterans, and it's pretty much constantly in the military, you're being put in scenarios or situations in which, you know, you're having to be able to problem solve and to be able to work through things and then to actually make a decision. So getting into manufacturing, I do that every day. One thing too that I appreciate about Arconic is like the support that they give. You know, we've got these employee resource group meetings that we have with the veterans, and it's nice because we can have these conversations. You know, how do we help other veterans, and whether it's the homeless veterans or the VA, or for people that still do have some issues, is, you know, they're so supportive of getting help when you need it. And so I don't know why that's making me emotional. today we're heading to Topeka, Kansas, where they have a forum going on that I'm participating in that is discussing about how to get veterans into manufacturing.
So today we're having our first Military to Manufacturing Forum at Washburn Institute of Technology, together with our partners at the Kansas Chamber of Commerce and Arconic, to bring together the military community, the business community, and the educational community to talk about how we build better pathways for former military members into manufacturing careers.
They've transitioned from one career to another and throughout the military. And so this agility allows them to perform in many ways, in many capacities for manufacturing.
I think with my story, I really didn't realize like the skills and the experiences and the lessons that I came out of the military with. I did not realize that that meant anything.
We served our country, we had a purpose, and now we're looking for another venture, and that other purpose is going to be going into manufacturing. They're trying to bring it back to America. What better way to have the people that served America being trained to serve America again, bring these companies back.
27 years later, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that is really
Hi, my name is Michelle Conklin, and I'm the Executive Director of BotsIQ, a program of the Pittsburgh Chapter National Tooling and Machining Foundation. The Pittsburgh Chapter NTMF works to train and develop future generations for the manufacturing industry. This is accomplished through its high school program, BotsIQ, the Pittsburgh Chapter NTMA Apprenticeship Program, and continuing education opportunities for industry professionals. According to Deloitte and the Manufacturing Institute, more than 2 million manufacturing jobs across the United States could remain unfilled between 2018 and 2028 due to advanced technology skill requirements, misconceptions about manufacturing jobs, and the retirement of baby boomers. Undeterred by the global pandemic, workforce shortages continue to be a top concern for manufacturers. Please consider supporting the Pittsburgh Chapter NTMF through the Pennsylvania Education Improvement Tax Credit Program, a BotsIQ program sponsorship, or a tax-deductible donation. Your contribution helps our regional economy fill in-demand positions with skilled talent.
Entering the arena in the blue, we have Charleroi High School with Chad 6. And they're taking out all their safety pins and are ready to go. Next up, we will have South Park High School with Super Smash Bot in the red. And both of these teams are deep in the losers bracket, so they have gone through a lot of matches. They're both very experienced teams. We see Chad 6 moving, South Park moving with Smooth Super Smash Bot.
Ready to go. 3, 2, 1, go!
And the match begins. Both robots are quick out of the blocks, and sparks are flying. And we see Chad 6 with a pin, but South Park escaping. South Park getting tossed around a little bit. Looks like there's a loose drive belt. I would say South Park has lost their weapon, but still highly maneuverable. Both teams doing a great job with driving here. All right, we have South Park that looks like they're in a bit of a rough spot. Okay, the match has been stopped. The red team, South Park, is incapacitated. So blue, Charleroi High School with Chad 6 moves on. That was a tough loss for South Park, but we'll see them again next year. Charleroi will have 20 minutes to make any necessary repairs on their robot after that win, and in 20 minutes, they'll be back to see who will be the winner of the losers bracket and go on to compete. The winner of this next match will go on to compete against Bedford.
Yeah. So growing up, I literally can't remember a time when I didn't want to be an inventor. Like in my 4th grade little yearbook, I said like, I want to be an inventor and I want to be a soccer player. Soccer player died down, but I still want to be an inventor.
No, right after high school, I ended up just going straight to work, and I did some fast food, and then I worked in some retail, Bath and Body Works, did some selling there, and I decided that I wanted to have more of a career and an opportunity to learn more. So I decided to look for something else, and that's how I found machining through a relative, and they told me that this would be a good place to learn, and that's what I did.
I definitely like the best that I get to both build and design the thing that we make. It's super rare in the engineering field to build and design, because usually those processes get separated out, especially the larger the company is, the more they separate those out. But I'm working in like a mid-sized company like Premiere. I can design the thing on the computer, and like I actually had my most recent project, I was designing a testing rig for something, and immediately after I was done testing it, I walked into the next room and started building it, and started cutting the wood and assembling it with screws, and it was exactly what I wanted to be doing with my life, so it was really cool.
What I like most about the job is that we are given the freedom to do our job independently, but also we work as a team. So if you have a problem or whatever, anyone will come and help you. It doesn't matter who it is, but they allow you to get your work done alone.
Is your school preparing students for in-demand careers in advanced manufacturing and robotics? Would you like to offer more career-related opportunities to your students? With support from BotsIQ's Close the Loop program, high schools in Fayette and Westmoreland counties can prepare students for a successful career. Close the Loop provides real-world learning experiences for qualified students interested in manufacturing careers through a variety of training and workplace activities. BotsIQ will coordinate activities for your students, including facility tours in which students learn about products and services local companies provide and what it is like to work in a specific field or industry, job shadow days where students gain an in-depth look into a particular career and speak with professionals, and paid and non-paid internships, in which students gain experience and exposure to hands-on skills. BotsIQ can arrange additional manufacturing career experiences such as work release, cooperative education, and professional career interviews for your students. Students can also qualify for BotsIQ scholarships and more. Through career-related activities that expand and enrich the learning experience, BotsIQ closes the loop and helps students align their interests and skills to in-demand careers in the manufacturing industry. To partner with BotsIQ's Close the Loop program, complete and submit the school enrollment form today. For more information, contact Maria Campiri with BotsIQ.
You are preparing to graduate or already graduated. So now what? You're probably asking yourself many questions about your future. Are you wondering where your next chapter in life will take you and possibly where you may land? Will you enroll in a post-secondary program to continue your education? More than half, or 56% of college students say they can no longer afford their tuition tab. Time is ticking. If you're creative and enjoy working with your hands, consider a career path in the manufacturing industry. One career path in the manufacturing industry is a machinist. The average hourly pay for a machinist in Pennsylvania is $21.36. A machinist operates a variety of machine tools to produce precision parts. A machinist will set up, adjust, or operate basic machine tools, machine parts to required specifications, measure, examine, or test completed units. The knowledge and skills that make for a successful machinist is knowledge in mathematics, including arithmetic, algebra, geometry, and trigonometry. Also, blueprint reading skills are important. Mechanical knowledge, effective communication skills, critical thinking, and problem-solving skills. Most employers require a high school diploma or GED. You may be thinking about the education needed to be a machinist. You can receive training in vocational school through earning your journeyman papers or an associate's degree. There are several options in the Pittsburgh area for post-secondary education. They are Butler County Community College, New Century Careers, University of Pittsburgh Manufacturing Assistance Center, and Westmoreland County Community College. BotsIQ hopes you put the gears in motion to hit the books, earn your credentials, and pursue a career in manufacturing.
We are a workforce development initiative, and we are really tailored towards connecting people with jobs in advanced manufacturing. So we do machining classes, CNC programming and operations, and we do a CAD/CAM class. If you look at jobs in advanced manufacturing, a lot of people have this preconceived idea that it's a steel mill from the 1970s, but when in fact they're all really sophisticated environments, and they're clean, climate-controlled atmospheres.
Before I came to this program, the first thing that came to mind in manufacturing was just you sitting on this assembly line and just passing things left to right. There's a lot more than you just putting pieces together.
A lot of this equipment, it's all high tech now. There's a lot of computer applications associated with these machines that you can run a machine with your iPhone. Pittsburgh has this urban manufacturing renaissance. There are companies that manufacture 3D printers, fabric from recycled water bottles found in Haiti. There's a lot of Department of Defense work. There's a lot of companies that are making stuff for the tech industry. So are making the satellite mounts for the self-driving cars. There's a lot of opportunities to be in this sector and do interesting work.
I thought manufacturing in America was gone. There wasn't people doing it. And there's probably 10 shops within a mile of where anybody lives. It's a great career to go into. I'm 17, I just got out of high school. It's pretty cool to be able to do this, something I actually enjoy, something that's gonna pay well.
Southwestern Pennsylvania is growing in manufacturing, and companies have never been this desperate for hiring people.
I started this program 2 months ago. It feels good that I could say that I've learned a whole new entire skill within a short amount of time, and I also have a job lined up as well. It feels good to know there's other options out there for you to make a living and make a name for yourself.
We are here spying on DMI companies who make ductworks for homes and buildings. Even though they might sound the same, ducts and ducts are two very different things.
Our mission is to find out what's so cool about manufacturing. Now let's climb through the ducts here at DMI companies and see what we can find out.
My name is Steve Gerba, and I'm an automation engineer for DMI companies. Most people think that once you automate a plant, you remove workers. Rather than do that, we actually sent our employees out to be trained as technicians and specialists so they could service that equipment and keep, working on with the company.
Did you get the information we needed? Yeah. Now let's check out Eric Kostlick's lasers.
My name is Eric Kostlick. I'm the laser coordinator here at Ductmate Industries. I basically run a great big giant machine that cuts metal. Fortunately, it uses a laser to do it. So they provide employment for the 200 or so of us that work in this plant, and we have other plants throughout the country. We make products that everyone needs, even if they don't realize it.
Whoa, that was so cool. Luckily you get burned by the lasers. Shh, keep it down, we can't pull our cover. Now let's go see what project Jason Marr is working on.
My name is Jason Marr. My job title is Product Development and Manufacturing Engineer. My job entails a lot of inventing, a lot of using knowledge from past experience to build better, bigger equipment. I think one of the things I really look forward to, besides all the cool inventions or the different gadgets or things that I get to deal with, I consider everyone within this plant my friend or my family. And I think that's one of the best parts for me, is coming to work every day and being able to hang out with my friends and do these cool things with people I know, with friends, and just I have a great time.
Now that we're making our way back, let's take some time to learn about real ducts.
No, that's not such a good idea.
Wait!
I'm Lynn Carabin. I'm a materials engineer here at Arconic. We designed the microstructure so that we have various characteristics. It might be how well the material can bend without cracking so that we know that we can join it by riveting. It might also be how well the material can crush without fracturing so that we know the vehicle will be safe for the occupant in a crash situation. We have materials engineers working with mechanical engineers in order to design this new product.
My name is Diego Travieso, and I'm a mechanical engineer here at Arconic. I create simulations of different manufacturing processes in order to determine the best way to make new or existing alloys. A simulation is a physics and math-based computer model that predicts how a manufacturing process will react to changes in the input. So for example, we could simulate and predict how changing the amount of water that we use in the mold affects how long it takes for the cast to occur. We can run hundreds or thousands of computer simulations virtually and not have to waste material or time or metal at the plants in order to develop a new process. I think I always knew that I wanted to be an engineer. I always liked it.
So you can see we have had an exciting match here between Admiral Perry Slaughterbot and Charleroi High School, Chad 6. This is for the winner of the losers bracket. And we can see Chad 6 trying to pin. But both robots very maneuverable. Chad 6 with the pin.
Separate. Separate.
The order to separate was given. And another pin.
Separate.
And again, the order to separate is given. It looks like Slaughterbot may be stuck in the corner.
Stop the match.
Okay, the match is stopped. Remember that each robot can be freed one time. It was stuck, but Mike Volosky with his trusty crowbar loosens up the robot. And now the match will resume.
Start, go. 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go. With those sloped sides, it's hard to get a good grip on that and hard to pin that robot. It's nicely designed. But Chad 6 does move in for another pin.
Separate.
And the match ends after 3 minutes. This could be a judge's decision. The judges decide red, Chad 6. So Charleroi Area High School, Chad 6 will go on to fight Bedford. Now, because we are nearing the end of the competition, and this is a double elimination match, in that match, if Bedford wins, Bedford will be the winner for the day. If Chad 6 is able to beat Bedford, that will be Bedford's only loss, and a team must lose twice in order to be eliminated. So in the next match, if Chad 6 is able to win, then there will be another match between Chad 6 and Bedford. So stay tuned. There's a lot riding on this next and potentially final match. Chad 6 has 20 minutes to make any necessary repairs. So they will get to their table and quickly get it back into fighting shape to take on our reigning champion, Bedford.
is an education rooted in hands-on learning. It's attending school while getting experience. This is an education rooted in hands-on learning. It's attending school while getting experience in the field. It's a public K-12 education on your schedule. This is Commonwealth Charter Academy, and this is how schools should work. CCA is an online public school available at no cost to all Pennsylvania families. Learn how Commonwealth Charter Academy can work for your family at ccaeducate.me.
CCA field trips make learning come alive. Now that's a big dog. That's CCA's mascot, Comet. Telling me that CCA is a public cyber charter school that provides personalized public education and services to students in grades K through 12, all at no cost at all to families. I can respect that. All right, all right, all right. Thank you, Comet. Thank you, CCA.
The reigning champions. And entering the arena in the red, we have Charleroi Area High School with Chad 6. As a reminder, if Bedford wins, then they are the champion for the day. If Chad wins, these two teams will battle again to determine the winner. So we see both robots are able to move, and the match begins now. Here we'll see some aggressive, hard-hitting robots. Pieces are flying in the arena. And there goes Chad 6, but it's a well-engineered robot, able to take a hit and keep on going. It looks so tap. Okay, so Blue Bedford is the winner. Can we have a round of applause for Bedford? Thank you everybody for attending this event. We have 2 more next week. We will be out at Robert Morris on Tuesday and Thursday. So our first place, Bedford Area High School with Teddy Roosevelt, and second place, Charleroi Area High School with Chad 6. Both teams deserve another round of applause. So for those of you in the live stream audience, we'll have a chance to clean up the arena, and in a few minutes, we'll be having the awards ceremony. On behalf of the BotsIQ organization, I am Autumn Malloy from Westmoreland County Community College, and we thank you all for watching and for attending. Stay tuned for the awards ceremony.
How many other 27-year-old formerly aspiring plastic surgeons do you know who picked up a welding torch and got busy?
None.
So it's just you. I am Zooming with Chloe Hudson. How are you? I'm Mike Rowe.
Good, how are you?
I'm excellent, thank you. Where in the world are you?
I am actually at my place of work. This is where I work every single day at Joe Gibbs Aerospace.
And what state is that?
North Carolina, Huntersville, North Carolina.
Is that where you're from?
I am from Seneca, South Carolina.
So the only states you're willing to live in have Carolina in their name?
No, the last job I was on was in Massachusetts. So I've worked in Tennessee, I've worked in the Carolinas, I've worked in Georgia. So yes, all those states.
Tell me, if you would, the basic path that brought you to welding. Was this a dream you had from the start?
Absolutely not. It was not a dream. I didn't even really know what it was. Initially, I wanted to be a plastic surgeon in high school. That is what I worked towards. My senior year, I had to take an elective to fill 2 credits. And that's what I did. I loved it right from the beginning. I mean, and I showed up in a little dress, hair done, full makeup, had no idea what I was getting into. and you see it and all the sparks and you're like, okay, this is different. Even after taking that elective class, I still wanted to pursue medicine. I really wanted to get into reconstructive plastics. And I did clinicals at the VA for a nursing program and absolutely hated it. Terrible experience. Couldn't picture myself doing it, and was kind of like, well, I know how to weld now, kind of the basics. And that's what I did. I went to technical college from there.
How do you feel being a welder? You're not the plastic surgeon you dreamt of becoming. You're welding.
Yeah.
How does that feel?
It feels great. I mean, I get to be very creative. I have a lot more freedom. I'm not in a mountain of student debt. I really love where I landed. This is the job that I never thought I was going to be able to attain. It's high level precision TIG welding. It's aircraft parts. I want my pilot's license, so that kind of really fit up with all my interests.
Have you ever met a welder that makes 6 figures?
Yes, I'm one of them.
Tell America how it works, why a career in welding is worth pursuing, and how it can lead to prosperity.
So it takes stepping stones. So when I started, it wasn't a 6-figure job. It was enough to pay my own bills. It was enough to put a little in savings, and it was a lot of really great experience. The Massachusetts job isn't what I wanted to do. I did not want to do structural welding. I didn't want to be knee deep in grease. I took the job because it was a stepping stone for my skills.
You're saying you actually did something in your early 20s that you didn't want to do?
I did a whole lot in my early 20s I didn't want to do.
This is incredible.
I worked every single job someone would throw at me, and a lot of them I did not want to do. I don't want to belly crawl under a tank to clean it. I did not want to do that, but because of that willing to work and do something I didn't want to do, I ended up learning a ton of skills from people who were so much better at that job than I was. And whenever this job called, I could demand a salary that was what I always dreamed of. If I want to make a man's money, I'm going to do a man's job, and I don't care. I just don't care what it takes. And I'm going to do it with lashes. I'm going to do it with lipstick, because if I'm better than everybody else, you can't deny me. And that's what I strove towards. Just be the best at it. Don't be the best female welder. Be the best welder, and you cannot be denied. So,
Woman, you're a rock star. You're a woman who's willing to go to where the work is. And that matters a lot to me. It matters a lot to our foundation. But even more importantly, you're willing to look at the thing you dreamt of doing and saying, nope, I'm going to change my course. I'm going to do this instead. I wish there were more people like you, just personally, me to you. Incredible. Thank you for applying. I'm glad we could help in some small way. And just blown away by what you're doing and who you are. You really are. You're a rock star. Plus your eyelashes. I mean, holy cow.
yes, Lily
Talk to me.
Lashes, please sponsor me. These things are expensive. And thank you for your foundation, because you guys really have no idea. It changed my life. It made everything possible. So I do appreciate it with my whole heart.
You are entirely and sincerely welcome.
Thank you.
Do great things. Thank you. Hi, this is Mike Rowe with an important message for the folks over at Lily Lashes. What you're looking at right now is a professional welder named Chloe Hudson. She loves your product, but they're kind of pricey. And just think how interesting it would be for Chloe Hudson to be out there on your behalf, a welding torch in one hand and the future of the country in the other, wearing your eyelashes. What are you waiting for? She's reasonable, but don't cross her, because she'll come to your place of business and weld the doors shut. And that's no lie. Thank you.
Jobless claims were high again this past week. More than 860,000 people filed claims. Millions of people are still looking for work, but some employers say they can't find enough skilled workers for certain jobs. That is due in part, they say, to stigmas that need to change. Paul Solman has the story for our series, Work Shift, which focuses on navigating the job market in a post-COVID economy.
Get ready. Get ready. Get ready.
Mike Rowe, man on a mission.
To get dirty. To get dirty.
For years on the Discovery Channel, Rowe was America's hands-on evangelist for dirty jobs.
I am so sorry.
Paving a road.
You dump it, you flatten it.
Replacing an oil filter on a wind turbine.
Now that's a nasty, nasty, nasty little job.
After years of romanticizing the unromantic,
It's all about the glamour.
Rowe put money where his body was. The Mike Rowe Works Foundation, which has awarded about 1,000 scholarships totaling $5 million so far.
Typically, what we do is pay the fee that is due to a trade school or an apprenticeship program, or sometimes a community college.
Rowe has to evangelize because fewer kids than ever believe in dirty jobs.
Before COVID, there were 7.3 million open jobs, the majority of which didn't require a 4-year degree.
Seattle plumbing contractor Vinny Spizzari.
Working outside in the cold and the rain, crawling under houses, those are the things we as plumbers do. Kids these days, they don't want to put the effort in to get there.
So we're going to come up, through, and then down.
But in a low-wage heavy economy, plumbing apprenticeships start at close to $20 an hour nowadays. And after just a few years and a license, top earners can make $70,000 and up. Unfortunately, dirty jobs have had an increasingly bad image, says Mike Rowe, and he thinks he knows why.
The push for one form of education, in my view, really was the beginning of a long list of stigmas and stereotypes and myths and misperceptions that to this day dissuade millions of kids from pursuing a legitimate opportunity to make six figures in the trades.
The culprit, in his view, the supposed cachet of college.
In the eyes of many parents and in the eyes of many counselors, the trade school was the thing you did if you weren't cut out for university.
How many of you would seriously consider a career in one of the trades. A high school class in industrial Lake Charles, Louisiana, anchor of Calcasieu Parish, which President Trump carried by better than 2-1. How many of these kids would consider a future in the trades? Just one. That one is Jacob Brewster, who loves woodworking, and yet he feels the pressure.
All right, guys.
It's like,
Ooh,
go
that
to
was
college,
loud.
go to college.
First off, congratulations to all of our schools that participated in our mini competition today, day 2 at CCA. And we're going to award some of our trophies today. First, actually not here, but they did qualify because of the competition today, and that was our best rookie team. That goes to the Gal School, Radical Roomba. They participated last week and took second at the competition, but weren't awarded because we had one more rookie to play today. So congratulations to the Gal School, Radical Roomba. They're going to get a little trophy. We'll be delivering that to their school in a few weeks, maybe a month or so. Today's winners, we're going to start with our second place team. They are awarded a ribbon medal for each of the team members, as well as a plaque. We are customizing the plaques this year, so we'll deliver that to you guys at Charleroi. But this is Charleroi Chad 6. Congratulations on second place. Charleroi, always improving every year. I love it. We'll have you guys come over, grab a picture real quick. Do you have other members? Jericho? You guys can come over this way and get in front of everybody, maybe. Love it. So I'm guessing next year it's Chad 7? Well, lucky number 7, right? No pressure.
Chad 7's the goal, but it might be Chad 6.5.
Okay, all right. Congratulations again, Charleroi. Today's first place winner gets awarded also a ribbon for each team member. They will get a trophy that also is being customized, so we'll be delivering that out to Bedford at some point. And they also receive a $500 prize from the Pittsburgh chapter and TMF. And that goes to Bedford High School, Team 2, Teddy Roosevelt. Congratulations, Bedford. So if I don't have enough here, I'll send it when I send your trophy. We'll get a picture over here too, guys. Absolutely. Just for the teacher. All right, here's second. Awesome. Congratulations, guys. All of our teams, including Charleroi and Bedford, and our winners from last week and our winners next week, are in the running for Grand Champion still. Grand Champion takes into account not only how you did in the ring today, but also your documentation scores, which you all had to submit to get here, as well as best engineering documentation. So both of those come with cash prizes, so there's still a chance to win $500 for best engineering documentation and $1,000 for Grand Champion. And so just because you won today actually puts you in a better position, but it doesn't mean that you won't win again. So we'll be in touch after next week's competition with those winners. So congratulations again, both teams. And again, thanks to all of the teams that participated today. We look forward to seeing you back next Tuesday at Robert Morris for our Day 2 competition. Thanks again. Have a wonderful day, guys.